I don't know whether Senator Murphy is going to be joining us this morning or not. So we'll call the committee conference to order. And certainly, speaking from the Senate's point of view, that the number of senators is not going to stay that way. But that's neither here nor there. We'll open it up for people to discuss. Representative.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, at this time, the House has really no desire to continue with this. We have a House special committee set up to look at this issue. We really don't believe yet another commission is needed. And with the amount of funds and things that have been included in HB2, at this point, we have no desire to continue with SB 47. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Perkins-Coker.
Senator Perkins-Coker. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. All right. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Representative, for your comments. So this commission has always been, the idea is that it's sort of thinking ahead on the next generation of problems and solutions on housing. And so there have been a number of things included in HB2 to address housing, which we all know is an urgent issue for all of our districts. And so there's a few key differences between the special committee and this commission that I'd like to point out. One is that commissions are staffed, and so they provide us with the opportunity to really have access to all the expertise on housing that exists in our state, and to be doing our jobs as the general court, to be just kind of thinking ahead of solutions that we can help provide across the state to this problem. The special committee, while very valuable and we're all excited that it's there, just serves a little bit different function since it's largely legislative and doesn't have access to the same sort of breadth of expertise in our state. So respectfully, they serve very different purposes, and obviously this bill made it through both chambers, so we'd like to see it survive, and if you want to talk about specific changes that were made, we'd be happy to do that.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to extend some appreciation to the chair of municipal and county and the vice chair. We worked in a bipartisan way in committee on some things and did agree that having more commissions can be a bit onerous. But in the spirit of this one, that this one had started and stopped, or started and was forced to stop due to COVID, it wasn't so much, part of the discussion was it wasn't so much recreating or creating a commission so much as it was allowing them to complete their work. And I certainly appreciate the effort, the bipartisan effort that went into coming up with the amendments to come up with something that could pass both houses, both bodies. And so I would hope that it could continue. Thank you.
Okay. Representative, do you want to speak? No? Again, if we've pretty much got a split here. Certainly the number of commissions and committees that senators on far exceeds that the House Representatives is on. And so I know that I'm on several housing and different committees dealing with these issues. That right now, if the House is not going to support it and the Senate is lukewarm, I will offer it that way, Senator Perkins-Coker, that we're not gonna get to a resolution, it appears, so. Further comments?
Yes, Senator, thank you very much. Considering the fact that there has, there has been considerable work that has been done before COVID, has that work been documented so that it is not lost?
If I may, Chair?
Certainly.
Yes, that work has been documented. However, it does include, as the representative was pointing out, the scope of work that was not able to be completed as well. And so, yes, what has been done is memorialized, but there's more to be continued. And again, given the urgency of this issue to every district across the state, I would think there was interest at the state level in making sure that we have a place to really think those remaining issues through, which this commission is attempting to do. Are there specific concerns with the remaining scope of this commission that we can discuss while we're all gathered here today, or?
Representative Turcotte, did you want to respond?
There are not.
So, so here we are. We'll take an informal poll. Those in favor of going forward, raise your hand. And those not wanting to go forward, I guess we are at an impasse and this will not get signed. If there's any changes, you know, there will be some time, but I don't see that we're going to get anywhere. So unless there's other business to come before the committee, I will take care of the necessary paperwork.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Our business of the day being complete, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
We can go right in my office.
I don't know. I'm on 1 and 100. I want to not done. I have 4 today. Yeah.
conference to order. Senator Innes,
Well, good morning.
you tell us where the shall be.
Yes, I will. I shall. All right. If you go to the bill itself as amended by the House, which I think is probably the third item, and turn to page 2 of the bill, line 3. And the third word in line 3 is may. Would like to change that to shall. And the rationale, and let me sort of back up for a second. This morning, I had occasion to call an old high school buddy who works for Liberty Mutual in their bonding department. And I don't know why it didn't occur to me to call him sooner, but I read the language to him, and the sentence in question reads, a planning board may allow a road and utility construction to start without a bond. However, it has to be bonded essentially before the sale of any parcel of land in the subdivision or a request for a building permit for human occupation. So the bonding requirement is there, it's just essentially delayed. And I asked him, does he see this as a problem that would put communities or other property owners at risk, such that you need a bond to back things up? And he said, absolutely not. Because the sale can't take place until there's bonding in place. He feels that it provides good cover. Builders and developers also would like to see may change to shall to allow them to get started without the expense of a surety bond, which is essentially what we're talking about. So they can get things started and get themselves to a place where they're ready to go and then do the bonding. So that's the rationale behind it, and I hope folks will come along with that. It's a minor change, but it has a significant impact on developers and developing. And at the same time, the communities and other folks are protected because the sale can't take place until bonding is in place. So there you have it.
Comments from others? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a comment as well as a question. So I'll ask the question first. So to be clear, the Senate is okay with the rest of the changes that were made in the House.
Yes.
So to clarify with regards to the changing the may to the shall, if the may remains, is it true then that there's, I guess, the ability for the municipality, there's still some, I guess, leeway or the ability for them to deny?
Correct.
And so this tightens it up?
Yes.
And
yes. It directs the community.
Okay.
And, for a lot of reasons, I mean, you could imagine how do I say this? Communities could use the word may to differentially impact different builders. How's that?
Okay, speaking as a member of the planning board, as long as the developer still owns all of that land in there.
Correct.
And hasn't sold any properties, you don't put any other person at risk other than the developer and his money. And I saw a bunch of lights going on. Representative Intine, I think I saw you.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I agree with everything you said, Senator Ennis.
Go ahead.
You're being more gracious than I was trying to be. Because my initial desire to place may in there was that there are one city and a few towns that I'm aware of that do allow developers to do this.
Yes.
They allow them to start, and then only when you want something, as many of you know, you need to have Attorney General permission to sell lots and do all these other things when you have a subdivision. So there are different protocols in place, but I didn't think that the House or the Senate would agree to a shall, because we're forcing something on the cities and towns.
Yes.
Versus allowing them the ability to make that decision on their own. I'm glad Liberty Mutual is happy, considering the amount of surety I do with them, so I guess that's good that we're on the same page. This is more giving than I was going to provide, more giving than I thought the House and Senate was going to be, but I don't necessarily have a problem with it. Okay. Understanding now where you're coming from. The only thing in the back of my mind, as I just said, is trying to create a regulation to help developers move along versus mandating a city or town actually do something in statute, allowing them. I guess in the Labor Department, Labor Committee, we have a lot of mays, giving the Department of Labor and the Department of Employment Security's leeway. So.
You know, thank you for that. And
Senator Susie did have, so we'll let you respond after she has a chance to speak, if she still wants to
Well, that's
speak.
why I was just going to express a concern that.
Turn your mic
maybe-
on.
I apologize. I mean, I think the reason for the may was more than just being gracious. I think there may be some unique circumstances where you would want to have authority within the local community to make that determination. And I have a couple other things that I have some reservations about, but I'm happy to participate.
Senator Ennis.
I think, given the housing situation we have in our state, anything we can do that will facilitate development and construction is probably good. And I think changing that word does smooth things a bit for developers. So that's another consideration. But thank you for your comments, Representative. Appreciate that.
Again, the reason that I'm comfortable with this is that the developer still owns all that land. That's right. Okay? As soon as he sells one piece of that land, then there needs to be the bonding in place to complete it so that I can get to my newly purchased piece of land, okay? But if I own 20 acres and I want to put a road in and put utilities on it at my expense, I ought to be able to do it. Representative,
Thank you.
you have your light on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am comfortable with the wording, including may instead of shall, speaking as a member of a planning board in Lebanon. So long as the local planning boards can promulgate their own ordinances, which I believe they still can, so that they can take this language as guidance, not as command written in stone, that makes me comfortable with it.
So
Senator Ennis.
you're not okay with shall?
I would prefer may to shall.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the word change from may to shall goes a long way to help to begin to address the housing issue that we have. And in terms of a development, that there's a large timeline. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. So I don't see any harm or any concerns with allowing that preliminary work to begin. It just, and also the purpose of this bill was to mitigate some of these practices in different communities that were inhibiting the development. So I'm comfortable with this language, and I think it's a positive step.
Representative, you made a good point about some of the rules. The rules still in place would require erosion control and all the other things. You can't just go out there and start blasting away, and you still have to do all the things required by ordinances. So I just wanted to make that point.
Just wanting to clarify, my colleague just said that she was more comfortable with shall than may, and I thought we were going the other way.
The Senate's position is to change the may that is in, on page 2, line 3, planning board may, change it to the planning board shall, and that is where the position is now for the Senate. I'm assuming. we will take a formal vote on that.
Yeah.
Senator, could we have about a 5-minute?
You can caucus if you'd
Yes,
like to use
please.
my office.
Yeah, we'll
you
do
can-
that.
you can
Just
use
for the
my
House
office.
members, please. Thank you.
the committee will come back to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After caucus and discussion, the House position is we are okay with the word shall in the place of may.
All right, so we need to take the formal votes. The Senate portion of this will vote first. All those in favor of an amendment that changes may to shall on page 2, line 3, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Senate, and you can take your House vote.
And we'll do the same for the House vote. All those in favor of changing the word may on line 3, page 2 of SB 78 as amended by the House from may to shall, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That's 4-0.
I will have the amendment drafted, and as soon as it's ready, you will get notified that you may sign it off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Our business being completed, we are adjourned. I get it. I'll open it up for comments. Apparently, I forgot to hit the button. But so, Senate Bill 88, anybody want to speak? Representative.
Thank you. So RSA 31.8 says that for the encouragement of equitable taxation and education of public officials in tax problems, that each municipality has to join and pay the dues of these listed associations. So that is the state mandating those local municipalities to fund and be a member of these organizations for the purpose of training so that they are doing their job correctly. And the amount of $20, we're talking, at 234 municipalities, less than $5,000 in dues being collected for that purpose of training all of these municipalities to be able to perform their job correctly. And they're seeking to increase that to around $11,000, or just less than $12,000-ish maximum that they could collect in dues to create to fulfill that purpose of training all of these town officials to do their job appropriately.
Representative, both bills contain going from the 20 to the 50.
Right.
All right?
And so,
if you would,
right.
go back and talk about why we need the House added words.
Absolutely.
That's where I wanted to go.
So the purpose of these added words is to ensure that the money, this small amount of money, is going to the training and not going to lobbying the state for changing their policies. So RSA 15 is about lobbying the state to change its policies, not educating the legislators, but changing the policies. And I think that the House position is that that $11,000 should go towards the training and not going towards changing state policies. They can do as much education, that's their role. Lobbying is not their role. That's
Further comments from others? Senator Birdsall.
Well, I just got off the phone with the tax collector from Nashua. The majority of this money has been used mostly for mileage for these tax collectors, for the New Hampshire Association of Assessing Officials, the City and Town Clerks Association, and the New Hampshire Tax Collectors. Most of this money is used for mileage. As we know, inflation has hit us. Now, $20 was put in around 1970. So the cost of gas has skyrocketed since 1970. The very little money goes to, at least in the town and city clerks association, very little money goes to a lobbyist. They don't do any lobbying, they just take notes for them. So, and if you look at 15:5, prohibited activities, it says, except as provided in paragraph 2, no recipient of a grant or appropriation of state funds may use the state funds to lobby or attempt to influence legislation. So if they only use the lobbyists for information purposes, but these town clerks come in and they try and influence legislation, are you saying we can't use that money for them either?
Representative.
Thank you. No, I don't. I believe that it's only for lobbying that the dues are not able to be used. And as the senator says, there is not a lot of money to go around, and so they should be used for that purpose. And it sounds to me like they're not really being used for that purpose, and so this should not be a hindrance to the legislation going forward.
Senator Birdsall.
But that's not what the RSA says. The RSA says no recipient of a grant or appropriation of state funds may use the state funds to lobby or attempt to influence legislation, which is exactly what the Town Clerks Association does when they come in and testify for or against legislation.
Okay, back to me. Right now, I want to take a vote of the Senate to find out to where we are. The Senate's position is the bill as submitted. All the senators, right, the Senate's version. All those senators that support that say aye. Aye. And any nays? No nays. So it's to you, Representative. We support the Senate position. We do not support the House's position. And it's up to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House will take a 5-minute caucus again. Thank you.
Oh, you may use my office.
Thanks.
We are in recess for 5 minutes. Call the committee back to order. Representative Turcotte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the House position would be to keep it as we have amended it. What we'd like to point out that the main purpose of this RSA is for the education of public officials. We're not opposed to the change and the increase, but our desire is to ensure that this money is used solely for the education of public officials, whether that includes getting them to where they get their training, using mileage or whatever. So we would be open, if the Senate has better wording than what the House amendment had, which was that it cannot be used to fund accounts subject to RSA 15-5, 2, and that. We're not opposed to language that would clarify that it is solely to be used for the education of the public officials as the RSA calls for.
I don't have any such language at this time. The people who have objected to it say if we're not doing the Senate version, to walk away. So if that's where we're going, then the Senate's position, as you've heard when we took the vote, is to support the Senate's version. And if the House is not willing to go with that, we are not going to reach an agreement, and the bill will die.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, our business being complete, we are adjourned.
Susie, let you know about that. Would you let me know? So
Yeah.
we know which way
call the committee conference to order. On Senate Bill 70, the Senate version is fine. The House version, certainly I spoke against it when it was had its special hearing. I see no need for the state to get involved in the decision whether the community wants to use a tabulating device or not. And then if they do decide to do it, I don't see any reason why the state should have to fund it. If I'm going to give them money, I'll give them money other ways, including room and meals tax, et cetera. I'll let the senators speak first here, whether they support the Senate position or they want to move to the House position or whatever, just so that we'll get a ground. Senator Perkins spoke up.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I appreciate your remarks, and I think you and I have exchanged some of these ideas before. But I think the House has made some great improvements to this bill, and so I'd love to see us accede to the House position here. You know, the chair and I have discussed the grant program for cities and towns to ensure that they have ballot counting machines for the 2024 election before, because this language was actually a bill of mine that I brought earlier this year. It's a real concern. You know, we're waiting for the EAC in Washington. We're waiting for the Ballot Law Commission back here in New Hampshire. And so we're putting our towns and cities in a situation where they have a pretty tight turnaround on, you know, purchasing new equipment if they need to. And so I think the grant program that's been created in the House bill is needed and is our way of supporting to make sure that we have these safe and secure elections in 2024 and beyond. And so I know we did come together on a budget that sent $147 million back to cities and towns. This is a pretty small addition, but a really important one that I think supports voting rights. So I'm in favor of that piece. And then I also think the portal, you know, has just been an important addition. It's been a bipartisan addition. It's been worked on by Senator Gray. It's been worked on by the House. And, you know, again, it increases our election security. It increases election accessibility. And so keeping the portal, I think, is also just a great addition to this bill. So I just wanted to speak on behalf of those. I'd love to see us consider the House position as a Senate.
Senator Murphy, comments?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I co-sponsored the bill. I clearly agreed with it. My recollection was that the Secretary of State made a very good argument for not tapping into the HAPA funds, and so I've opposed that when that other bill came forward. I think tacking onto this bill would be a mistake, so I'm opposed to that concept.
Okay, so that the Senate's version going forward will be to support the Senate's version. We'll turn it over to the House.
Doesn't sound like it's a unanimous position from the Senate, but the machines in this state are in a, let's just call it, deplorable position. They are long past due for retirement. They are cannibalizing other machines to keep the current ones going. And they are going to fail. In fact, they are failing. Part of touching the HAVA money, which, by the way, is the Help America Votes Act, so perfectly reasonable to tap into the fund designated to helping people vote to fund machines that then help people vote. I have a particular interest in making sure that these machines function as they are supposed to. They reduce what I believe is actually one of the biggest evils on Election Day, which is lines. I represent the south side of Manchester, Ward 6, 8, and 9. These are working class communities. These are people who go to work at 8 a.m. and they get off at 4:30, 5 o'clock. They usually vote in the afternoon, unlike most communities in the state who vote in the morning. These people, my people that elect me, come off of a hard day shift shift, sometimes at Velcro, sometimes at nylon, and they go over to the voting location and they see lines out the door. Do you think they, after working an 8-9 hour shift, are going to want to get out of their car and go stand in that line? No, of course not. We need to fix these machines. These machines not functioning can create lines, and that's a big issue for me. Using that fund is specifically appropriate for that. And the other thing that we use that fund for is funding this portal. If this portal helps people vote, as the Senate asserts, it's once again extremely appropriate that we use the Help America Votes fund to do so. It doesn't sound like it's unanimous on your side. The amendment and the bill passed the House with a voice vote. So we have the will in the House.
Then I guess there's nowhere to go. If that's the opinion of the House, is that you're not going to pass it, the Senate version, then it will die.
So the position of the chair is that if the Senate does not get what it wants, no changes, no proposed changes. If the Senate does get what it wants, it's just over.
Again, Representative, the Senate passed the version. The House decided to put in what I would consider a poison pill into that bill, and you're going to reap what you sowed. So, you know, if you want to change your opinion and support the portal, we are willing to support the portal. I have been a moderator, or had been a moderator in Rochester for about 30 years. Before the voting machines, after the voting machines. I know that if a person comes in and the voting machine is not cooperating at that point of time, that there is a side pocket on the voting machines where those ballots can be put in, and the voters do not have to wait after they mark their ballot for that paper ballot to be put into the machine. The moderator will do it afterward. And I also know that as a moderator, before the voting machines were there, that there was a number of people that were willing and able to go hand count ballots. And again, I don't have any problem with a city or town who wants to have a tabulating machine, to use the tabulating machine, but I see no reason for the state to provide special money for that machine. So again, the Senate's position on a 3-2 vote so far, which I'm assured that will go to a 3-3 vote if we need to, will, prevail. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too have been an election official in Manchester, and the longest line usually isn't waiting for ballots, it's waiting for sign up for new voters and people filling out affidavits. And I share your concern about the lines, for sure, but the portal is the critical piece to avoid that. I would urge the House to move the Senate position on this, to get the portal and keep the lines down. That will help.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Other things, towns that may have just purchased voting machines that now are obsolete, why should they have the added expense now of buying new machines when the Secretary of State says we got these new machines to replace them? Why should those towns have that additional expense when the state is ordering it? So, and I have no problem, if you haven't had the machines before, then you're not gonna get new ones. But if you have the old machines, they need to be replaced. And I don't think the town should have to foot that bill, because the machines they bought are obsolete, can't get parts for them. The software, we know the software is suspect, and the new software on one of the machines I've heard about is open source. So
We have the secretary here, so secretary, if you'd come up. And if you need the deputy secretary, she can come up too. Questions, I don't believe that we have purchased any new voting machines from any of the towns in over 10 years. Is that true?
I think the number of towns that have become AccuVote towns within the last 10 years, you can count on one hand. Most of the towns that have been doing it, using the AccuVote machine, have been doing it for quite some time.
And the state is not mandatory. If a new machine is authorized, the state is not mandating that those communities go to a new machine. Is that correct?
That's a local decision.
Did you have any other questions?
Question,
Those are
yeah.
the two I picked out, Representative.
Okay, yeah, thank you. What if a town has two old machines and one is no longer repairable, and they get one of the new machines that is not compatible? Will they then have two separate ballots unless you have come up with a machine that takes both types of ballots?
Let me interject in that one. Right now, the contract that we have with the company that supplies the machines says that we will have machines available for the 2024 election. After the 24 election, then the contract expires and there is no contractual obligation. So I'll let you add to that if you need to, Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will just say this, that the process for approving new machines is on a fast track. And you can put on your calendars right now, August 2nd is going to be a date when the 4 vendors that we've been looking at are going to gather, I think in the LOB. They're going to give a demonstration of their device, and then we are going to have different groups of individuals actually test the machines, the election officials, regular voters, legislators, and each of those groups will receive a different grading card so that, you know, we can get the preference of the users of those devices on which one they think is best. I would expect that the Ballot Law Commission will have enough information to be able to approve 1 or 2 devices. They've said they will approve no more than 2 before the end of the year. Once towns are able to start purchasing those devices, it's not going to be an immediate cutoff of using the AccuVote machine. We will allow a transition period so that as needed, the newer devices can be incorporated into the communities if that's what the communities choose to do.
Continued question?
Yeah, one more. On the first part of towns having to, no new town has bought any machines, but I know towns, including mine, have replaced the machines. So here they went to the cost of replacing an older machine. So that's a problem too. Here they just paid, like I said before, for an AccuVote machine that is now, a year from now, obsolete. But yeah, that's not a new town, but they've replaced. And I know a lot of towns have replaced, including ours.
And those are issues that we're going to have to confront. We will get pricing information from the companies, and but it just depends on what the final agreement is and how we're going to deal with it.
Representative Barry.
Yes. I'm glad to hear the August 2nd date. I believe the ranking member and myself co-authored a letter to you looking for a more defined timeline. So I'm glad to hear about August 2nd. How long have we been looking at getting new machines in the state of New Hampshire? When did the conversation first start?
We've been having a conversation about machines probably for 10 years. There are a lot of factors, external factors, that go into that process.
If I might interject, the process in state law starts with the communities coming forward and saying, I would like to go to this machine, please authorize that. And I believe that first machine was 2-3 years ago. Please correct me if I was wrong.
No, that's correct.
Another question. So the conversation's been had for about 10 years. And on average, how old are the existing machines that are being used?
The AccuVotes have been used in New Hampshire for about 30 years. Certainly, there are many machines that are newer than 30 years, but that's the machine that New Hampshire's been using.
Okay. And after 30 years, understandably, they're reaching the end of their life cycle.
There's no question about that.
Okay. And so 2020 was the highest turnout election New Hampshire ever saw. Do you expect 2024 will have higher or lower turnout?
I expect it'll be a high turnout.
So we'll be going into 2024 election with most likely the highest turnout that the state has ever seen, with the largest population that the state has ever seen, with machines that are 30 years old, saying, hey, just one more election. And we've been having that conversation for 10 years.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, we're going through the process of replacing the machines. There's going to be a transition period for towns to acquire them. I would expect if there's an approval by the end of this year by the Ballot Commission, there will be new devices in use for the 2024 election. I don't think we can move any faster than that.
The statement that I made before about the contract with LHS stating that there will be machines available for the 2024 election, is that not true?
I believe that's a true statement, Mr. Chair.
And if there is a new voting machine approved, then communities, if they want to transition into that new voting machine, would be allowed to do so.
That's correct.
At their own expense.
Yes.
Representative Barry?
So having all of that being said, wouldn't it then make sense to make that transition as easy as possible when we have this fund called Help America Vote? Should we rename it Help the Towns Vote? It makes perfectly good sense. If we have 30-year-old machines, we've been having a conversation for 10 years. We've got an accelerated timeline. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that again. It makes perfectly good sense that we ease that process and not go into the largest turnout election in the state's history using 30-year-old machines. I don't want a town or a city to not have new machines because they didn't budget for it. It's way easier if we just take this fund that is already designated toward helping people vote and we actually help them vote.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been explaining the purpose of the election fund until I'm blue in the face, but I will do it again, in that is not a static fund where there is several $1 million just sitting in the account doing nothing. We are using the money that fund earns, and then some, to maintain the ongoing programs that are mandated by the federal Help America Vote Act. And those funds, the use of those funds is highly visible. If you look at every election, we used it to create and maintain and update the statewide centralized voter database known as ElectionNet. We are currently in the process of replacing that legacy system, which is now 12 to 15 years old, somewhere in that range. It is going to have additional capabilities. It'll make it a lot easier to incorporate things like a portal. But there is staff that is required to maintain and clean the data that is in that database on a regular basis. So HAVA funds are being used for that. HAVA mandated that we have accessible voting equipment in every polling place so that individuals with disabilities can vote independently and in private. And we are on our third generation of in polling place accessible voting equipment. And in addition to that, for the last general election cycle that we had a software opportunity that was put in place so that individuals that have sight disabilities can vote from their computer in the comfort of their own home, mark their ballot using the equipment that they have. They can print the ballot off and they can mail it back in. So that is an additional expense that HAVA funds paid for. In addition to that, every election cycle, the training that we put on for local election officials is increasing exponentially. And we have a very robust and vigorous training program that is not only in person in locations all around the state, but we're putting the training up online and updating that information on a regular basis. So in addition to that, there is voter education, and we have a much greater presence on social media now, helping to educate voters. And then some of those funds can be used by the Attorney General's office to enforce the provisions of the Help America Vote Act. When you take all of those items that we've been working on, we easily spend the 1/12 that is allowed in the statute of the HAVA funds. When the legislature created the fund, they designed it in a way that we could sustain those funds as long as possible, paying for those programs, so that at some point in the future, we don't have to tap into the general fund to cover those costs on a regular basis. And we have been very successful at doing that. The best way to change that is start spending down that fund on special projects. And that is what is being proposed in the House version of this bill.
It doesn't appear that we're getting very far. I would, since the Senate has already polled our committee members, I would request that you, if you want to hear from Representative Lane first, that's fine, but poll your committee members because we're not getting anywhere.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, my recollection is that when you testified before the Election Law Committee in the House, that there is an excess over that 12 times, and that was the amount that we were discussing to be used, not going into what I would call perhaps the corpus of that money, but the delta between what you have now and what that 12 times number is. Am I remembering correctly?
Kind of.
Okay.
And I will explain that. The funds that we received under the original Help America Vote Act, I believe it was around $17 million. And we used those funds for the intended purpose as prescribed by state statute. And we went quite a few years without any additional money being infused into that program. Then we had the situation in the election right before the pandemic hit, where cybersecurity became a big issue, and there were foreign actors that were attempting to get into various states' databases. Unfortunately, New Hampshire was not one of those, but they gave the state about $3 million for that purpose. Then we had the pandemic, and the federal government provided an additional $3+ million to help deal with conducting elections, with a major health emergency going on. And all of that money that we received at that time, we pushed down to the cities and towns based on the number of absentee ballots that each community sent out. So 100%, almost 100% of that money went to the cities and towns to help with the costs of conducting that election. The amount that was left over went to an auditor that we hired to make sure that we kept proper track of those funds so that we could pass a federal audit on how those funds were used at the appropriate time. It seems after COVID, the Congress is more amenable to providing money to the states through the HAVA fund. They just gave us another $1 million for cybersecurity again. As long as that continues, it takes us to a level above and beyond what we've currently been spending on the mandated programs, and some of that money may be available for one-time use projects. I would prefer to do it that way than to establish a grant program, which could be very costly to administer and could possibly drain the account.
Before Representative Brennan raised her hand, I had asked you to poll your committee to find out where you are. We've already polled the Senate. If you want to take Representative Brennan's question first, but we're not getting anywhere, so it's time to, do the polling and thank everyone for showing up and go on about our business. I'm letting him recognize you.
I would like it if my member was able to ask her questions.
Thank you. It's my understanding, Mr. Chair, that the election portal bill has come around multiple times, and I do want to express my respect and say that the House very much appreciates the language that has been maintained in your bill, SB 70, that requires the Secretary of State to consult with local election officials, town clerks, and supervisors of the checklist. It is precisely this consultation with local election officials and town clerks that contributes to the desire of the House to provide municipalities and taxpayers with relief to address the urgent and immediate need to replace these ballot counting devices without breaking the budgets of towns and cities. The House Election Law Committee, and I'm sure all of us individually, have heard from town clerks, supervisors of the checklist, and local election officials about this dire need and the budget constraints of municipalities. We've listened, and the House has acted to authorize the use of this federal funding to assist our trusted election officials in conducting safe, secure, and efficient elections with the purchase of the new ballot counting devices they so desperately need. And so, with the great work that both bodies have done this year in reaching bipartisan consensus on the budget, it would be my hope that the Senate would be open to reaching a compromise with the House so that we really can meet both urgent needs, the portal and the ballot counting devices, with the excess of federal funding that is available, as was suggested by the Secretary's own Committee on Voter Confidence. And I would hope that you would be open to reaching a compromise.
I'm certainly open to you putting in a new bill next year that accomplishes everything that the Senate's version of SB 70 doesn't do. But right now, we're not getting anywhere. Senate has, in our poll, not supporting the House version, and I would like the House to take their poll of their members so that we can get to there.
Chair, would you be open to a brief caucus?
If we caucus, what we'll have to do is adjourn to a time certain. It's probably 2 o'clock this afternoon would be the first time, but
because you have another committee.
I've got another meeting that's supposed to be starting right now. I have a leadership meeting at noon. We've got the budget bill signing at 1, which the first thing would be 2 o'clock.
Representative Bohm, you want to opine your thoughts on this since we've been asked to poll now 3 times and have filibustered the poll?
No, I think, the Senate position seems to be clear. They're not going to go forward. So, yeah, I think our position should be the same. We need the money.
I guess, I don't know whether we'll have the opportunity to caucus or not, but, it seems like there is the potential for some compromise here around in times where there is excess funds that are coming through the Help America Vote Act from the federal level. We could potentially craft some language that doesn't require spending of the corpus, but does support our cities and towns. As I said, we just sent a budget through that provides a lot of funding to our cities and towns, recognizing their challenges and knowing that they're our partners in all of this work. And so it feels like if the chair doesn't want to create a plain grant program, potentially there's opportunity to at least see those federal funds directed to this concern that we're all expressing. And if this section 4 that creates concern over the funding of the portal is something that maybe the House can compromise on. You know, potentially there's a deal to be struck here. That was why I asked for caucus, and you know, I'm hopeful we can keep the bill alive because, again, this has been bipartisan work. I mean, it's great work. We want the portal. You know, we want our cities and towns to be able to run these elections. We want to support them. So I would
We
be
are
open
in
to the
recess
conversation.
until 2 o'clock this afternoon in this room.
Thank you.
On Senate Bill 157 to order. You guys have the side-by-sides. You have the various things. Certainly, when I wrote the original bill, I wrote it just for the AccuVote machines, which are retiring. And expected that as new machines were authorized by the Ballot Law Commission, that they would also speak to the audits. The House version of this removed the AccuVote machines, put in other things. So I tried to come up with a compromise. And if you look at the amendment that was just handed out, that's meant for discussion purposes. What it does is it goes into the bill and it says that if you look at lines 5 through 11, that if your machine is capable of doing those things, capturing an image of both sides, recording the voter's choices, assigning or imprinting a unique identifier to each record, displaying the ballot and the voter's choices, which is what we get when we do the scanning in the process that we were using in the last election. If not, then you go down to 2, and that the Secretary of State must develop policies and provide the equipment to be able to do just the things that we're doing now, and that would be covering all the AccuVote machines or some other machine that did not meet the criteria from above, and then you would go on and do the rest of the process. I think that in one portion of it, we had 8, you had 8, we had 4, I think I went to 6, if that's still in here. But again, what it's meant to be is to incorporate into the House version and taking away the need to scan the ballots if the equipment that we're using already does all of those things. So we'll open it up for comment on the bill.
If I may, Senators, before you go.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. If I'm understanding the first part, you're saying that the newer device would essentially be taking a random sample of ballots put into it and auditing itself?
That the new device, if it is capable of doing those 4 things, capturing the ballot, images, or recording the voters' choices, identifying the ballot to those choices, and then providing an audit path, that it would not be auditing itself, but when you get down into the other paragraphs, there will be the random samples selected, and the individuals who are conducting the audit would compare those images with the information in the machine. Does that get you to where?
So just further question, if I may, I'm just trying to understand the process. It would seem to me that if our fundamental goal is to establish confidence that this particular machine is operating correctly, then wouldn't we want to do something separate from that machine like we did in this last election cycle to then compare and improve confidence in what we believe to be accurate results?
That is certainly an option.
Okay.
I want to thank you, Senator, for doing this amendment. We got this about 6 minutes before we walked into the room. Would it be all right if the House took a 10-minute caucus just to review this amongst ourselves and come back? The answer is not no. We just would like to read it amongst ourselves. We haven't had the chance to do so.
You may use my office.
Thank you.
We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. All right, we are out of recess. Representative Berry.
Okay, we have a couple of questions. We'll get right down to the one that's probably most concerning. Line 23 on page 1. You did go from 4, you said 4, we said 8, you put 6 in the amendment, but it changed from, sorry, I'm pulling it up here. It changed from towns or city wards to ballot counting devices, which I don't believe was in either of our versions. So I don't know if that was a drafting error or I misread something. It's possible.
No, the procedure that we've done in the primary and the general election was focused on the machines. Okay, and that's why we have the Secretary of State's people going out when a machine was identified and making sure that the ballots that went through that machine were segregated. And so that was a clarification that the Secretary of State wanted to make sure that that we had in there.
Okay, but that's not in either of the bills that passed either of the bodies. So I've got the side-by-side right here of as amended by the Senate and as amended by the House. It's the same lines. It's 17, line 17 on page 1. And as amended by the Senate reads, the Secretary of State shall randomly select no less than 4 towns or city wards that will use AccuVote devices at a state general election to be audited. And the House's version says the Secretary of State shall randomly select no less than 8 towns or city wards to be audited. It doesn't say anything about ballot counting devices in that section at all. And I would actually, I would wonder, could we even make that change in the amendment, being that it is not currently a position of either body?
If you want to do it. Without going back to the chapter law, which did the audits, which was supposed to be the chapter law?
Mm-hmm.
All right, in the chapter law, yeah, it says 4 towns, and I copied that language, but there was supposed to be a thing in there that said, like on here, I'm reading lines 13 to 15. Secretary of State shall conduct an audit of all the AccuVote devices used in at least 2 towns, cities, wards. The devices shall be selected randomly. So the intent of the law in selecting the devices, what was in the existing chapter law, maybe it didn't come into here, but cities, towns, devices, in most cases.
Okay.
It's not in the book, unfortunately.
It's not in the book, yeah.
The chapter law wouldn't have made it into the book, no.
Yeah, but this is what we're replacing, correct?
Correct, that was what was in.
It expired.
Yes.
Right, that was what was employed in the previous cycle.
Okay, so
That one. Correct.
I go back to my previous question. Are we even allowed? I mean,
Representative Berry?
I'm not trying to play a hardball here.
Representative Berry, I believe that it is germane.
Okay.
I believe that you can do the devices. And if you want to continue to argue, then I guess we're not going to do audits. But right now,
So you're mistaking a genuine line of questioning for an argument. If I was arguing it, I would tell you, it has to be cities or towns. I have been told going into committee conferences that you cannot discuss things that are outside the provisions of the 2 positions of the body. If that's not the case, I personally am fine in having that debate. It's a legitimate question that because I've had bills die in drafting in committee conferences because amendments weren't done right. I don't want to have that happen here. So it's a legitimate question. If it's permissible by the rules of the Senate and it's permissible by the rules of the House, I'm totally open to the conversation. I just need to know that the conversation is permissible.
the Senate's version, the way it was intended, was that they would select devices. And I'm looking at the Senate's version. Secretary of State shall randomly select not less than 4 cities and towns that use the vote devices at the election. May divide the towns into groups. The number shall not, and the Secretary of State did, talk to me about the language that it could be used so that one of the larger communities would have to do them all. And so that in the amendment that I wrote here, I tried to clarify what we have. Now, if your House rules don't support that, I believe that the Senate will not have a problem with that. But again,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, we have no problem with making a simple amendment to change that to 6 towns or wards. I mean, and that can be easily done. I mean, we agree on an amendment and then we're done. I mean, 6 counting devices could be 1 town. But both sides, we had 6 or 4, whatever, 8, and now it's 6. We're agreeable to that as long as it's towns. I mean, like both bills say, towns or wards. But 6 ballot, in some cities, that could be 1 city or, that has them. So that's why we all agree with it should be towns or wards.
certainly the way it is done with the all right, so what you want to do is you want to take out ballot counting devices used by.
It's like not less than 6 towns or wards.
I think that, yes, we'll be in recess for 5 minutes. Senate caucus. We'll come out of recess. Having this be not ballot counting devices causes a big problem. And so the Senate will not concur. We'll submit a bill next year, and we'll come back and talk about it. Senate position, any comments?
I spoke with the House clerk. That would be a violation of the House rules, so I look forward to the Senate resubmitting this bill.
And with that, we're adjourned. We'll call the committee conference back to order. Senator Perkins Quokka had an amendment drafted over the recess. It's Amendment 2216S. I told her that I had an objection to the currently numbered 3, and that if 4 was labeled 3, and the effective date, that I could do that, and I would agree with that. And so if the House would like time to caucus, you may use my office. If you want to discuss before you caucus or whatever, that's fine too. What is your pleasure?
Oh, that happened?
Committee conference will be recessed for 5 minutes to allow anyone who wants to caucus.
Thank you.
And if you do want to caucus, you can use my office. reconvene.
Representative Bone's instruction.
Okay. Representative Bone.
Okay, you somewhat agree with the amendment that, and the amendment is we're doing away with,
We start in line 7 on the amendment. The committee amendment would be to not do lines 3 through 6
right.
and just do
Right.
7 through 10.
Okay. So for the most part, I think we sort of agree.
Okay. I need to take a formal vote of the Senate. The Senate members, all those in favor of the amendment as described, which would be 2216S, with the deletion of lines 3 through 6, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The Senate is in agreement, and now you need to do similar with the House.
Okay, so the House vote, all in favor with Senator Ray said, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
No.
And therefore, you have a split. And it will be up to you, up to the speaker, whether he does anything about that split or not. So I will go report all of that to the people in OLS, and they will prepare the amendment and have it ready should the speaker decide to act on that. And our business of the day being complete, we are adjourned.